Alright, meeting is being live streamed now, so I will, once it finishes,
Want me to say, got it?
see you, yeah. So, on another. Alright, I see.
You got me? Okay.
Yep, so it should be good.
Like that, all members are present with the exception of Mr. McLaren.
My name is not on there, but I'm on it.
Okay. Mr. McLaren and Mr. Knocking. Mr. Knocking is here. Blanchard's not on there. Right. Okay, first item is request approval to pay bills submitted through December 2nd, 22, as previously provided to you.
So move.
Voted by Mr. Knocking.
Second.
Second by Mr. Carter, all in favor?
Aye.
Next one, request approval of the 2023 boat launch lease renewal with Terry Blanchard.
The amount of
$200 per month.
$200. So move.
Okay. Motion by Mr. Knocking, second by Mr. Diaz, all in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Next, request approval of the 2023 boat launch lease renewal with Ricky Landry.
Same amount.
Motion by Mr. Carter, second by Mr. Diaz, all in favor?
Aye.
Any nays?
Kim,
Motion carries.
Yes.
on the one in Lambertville, did you ever get an appraisal?
I've never heard back from Mr. Blanchard at all.
I talked to Joseph, he said he knew one he was gonna call, I ain't heard nothing back from him.
I've not heard from anyone. I don't even know if Mr. Blanchard's even want to sell or.
Yeah, he'll just.
Yeah.
What about Mr. Lynn Gitter? Does he still do it?
We still need a footage.
Yeah, we need to.
I'm
get
gonna-
it. We need to
I'm gonna
get
file.
it.
You know the square footage of these lots that we leased?
Oh, you were supposed to get the, remember?
Yeah, I had it for the last meeting. I don't have it with me now.
We got them.
Okay.
Just to compare to see what it's on.
Next, we've got number 4, request approval of the 2023 polling place contract renewal.
No changes, all the existing is 2022.
Motion by Mr. Carter.
Sir.
Second by Mr. Alcone, all in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carries. Next, we've got request approval of the 2023 jail physician contract renewal with Dr. Keith Landry.
Same terms and conditions, $5,000 per month, same as this year.
So move.
Motion by Mr. Carter.
Second.
Second by Mr. Lockett, all in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carries. Next, we've got request approval of cooperative agreement renewal between Assumption Parish Police Jury and the Parish Sheriff's Office to house female pretrial detainees. Sorry about that, yeah.
Yes, this is a contract we already have in place. As you know, we don't house female prisoners, so we have a contract with Lafourche Parish to house.
This is a renewal.
It's a renewal.
So move.
Motion by Mr. Lockett,
Second.
second by Mr. Como. All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carries. Next, we have request approval to accept estimate to replace floor in the assessor's office bathroom. Brian, that's you?
Well,
Is that
Yeah,
you?
they gave us an estimate.
Oh, so they did their own thing?
Well,
No, they had a.
the flooring company right here, Hoots Flooring LLC, they turned in an estimate for
It was around $1,600.
$1,568.
I got no problem changing it. The question is
Is the problem fixed?
the problem fixed? I mean, still got drainage issues, sewer issues. I mean, I 100% to get the courthouse back to where it needs to be, but you're gonna spend $1,600 the next rain, we gotta change the.
This is
floor.
actually in Cat Blanchard's office.
Yeah, this is the office bathroom.
This is the office bathroom. This is some damage that was incurred about 2 weeks ago. We had that 3-inch rain. The way it works is the floor, the roofing system of those buildings drain into the sewer system.
Right.
And then when that sewer system, obviously there was some trash and stuff that backed it up, so it backed up into its toilet. So it was actually rainwater. It wasn't sewer that backed up, it was rainwater. But we were discussing that, me and Brian. It would be in our best interest to reroute that drainage water. Instead of letting it drain into the sewer system, let it just drain out to the ditch.
So why is it draining to the sewer
It's been
system?
doing that.
It's been doing that for years,
since
it's the way it's connected.
50, 60 years. It's been, maybe longer than that.
We're gonna
We're
reroute
gonna
it.
try to find a way to reroute it. Yeah, because
Yeah, well, that was one, he just met me outside, and that was one of his concerns about the flooding in his office. So can we reroute it and then go ahead and take the other measure of putting the floor in?
But if I'm not mistaken, they have linoleum down and they requested ceramic tile. Which is
Everything else is ceramic.
bit
in
more
there.
expensive.
Except that little bathroom.
Yeah, I mean, the office portion of it is the brown ceramic, so. It's
So the ceramic can sustain more water if that would happen.
Yeah.
that
This is vital, you gotta pour.
Was that?
That's
No,
the
ceramic.
No,
That's
no.
ceramic to match the rest.
Well, I mean, I'll make a motion, we'll approve the estimate. But don't do the work till we fix the drainage.
Correct. Fix the drainage issue first.
That might be
That's gonna be a while.
a little while.
Yep.
And I can't guarantee, because if we have to do some diligence to find where all our drains are. We got to, everything's above the ceilings, the floating ceilings, so it's gonna take us a little while. So it depends how patient he is. I have no issue with that.
How bad is the floor?
It just got, it's exposed wood. It's not,
So it can wait.
it can wait.
That's in their bathroom.
It's in there, yeah, the bathroom's only about 5 by 5, it's a little small
I
bathroom.
think
What
we
it's all
need to
in.
take care of the roofing problem before.
Yeah, I would do that.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, let him wait.
I don't understand that, I hope.
Yeah.
Outside
I was
first.
saying,
We'll just
Anyway,
have
my
to get a
motion
new
stands
quote,
that
yeah.
we'll
We'll probably have to
approve.
get a new quote, because I'm sure his quote will, it's
Well,
only good for 30 days.
Okay,
But that's, it's fine.
so
No
I'll still make them accept the quote based. Still do the repair work until the
First.
drainage is fixed. My motion.
I'll second that.
Let me ask you, I know what you said, I heard you say you got a quote from them. Is there any procedures that took place where I hate to bring that up, but
I didn't get this quote.
Did you get 3 quotes?
I didn't get this quote. This was handed over by Wayne Capital.
Wayne got the quote, and it's under the $3,000 criteria, and it was somewhat to be an emergency.
Well, it's an emergency, but then we're saying wait till we fix it.
No, it's not an
Not an
emergency.
emergency, but I understand, but it's still under the $3,000.
It's under the requirement to get 3 prices because of the cost. It's under $3,000.
Okay.
Because it must be a very small area.
Yeah,
very
that's only
small.
5.
Yeah.
Maybe 5 by 5.
Yes. My motion stands.
All right, motion by Jeff to move forward with it after the repairs are made. Second by Alcoa, all in favor?
All right,
Any nays? Motion carried.
motion adjourned.
Motion adjourned by Mr. Knockin,
Second.
second by Mr. Diaz. All in favor? Any nays?
Move right along.
Call the 505 Economic Development Committee meeting to order. The record reflects all members are present. First item is introduction of rural revitalization, Region 3 Director, Ms. Michelle DeRoche.
Hello.
Hi,
Good evening.
good evening. Thank you for putting me on your agenda this evening. I'd like to introduce myself. Once again, my name is Michelle E. Roche. I work for the governor and through the Governor's Office of Rural Development. It's a new department that was created to assist rural areas to improve the quality of life and take advantage of all the funding that's coming down through the infrastructure bill. So saying that, my goal is to assist you in identifying projects to fit the grant applications. I'm working very closely with Kevin in South Central Planning. I do work for the governor's office, but I am a liaison to the community. So I'm working for you to find you the grant money that is coming down through the feds. And I need help because I need to know what kind of projects that you all would like to pursue, what kind of funding you'd like to pursue. We try to match the funding with the project. Doesn't mean that necessarily get funded, but if we don't apply, you know, the money will go somewhere. So I'd like to reach out to each of you. I don't have business cards because you know how the things work with the state. It takes a little time, and I've only been in the job for 5 weeks. So I haven't got my business cards yet, but I do have a slip of paper that has my information on it, and it has the areas that we're focusing on, which is broadband, infrastructure, things that you all need to improve the quality of life in your area for your citizens, to attract workforce, retain workforce, create economic development, improve wastewater and water delivery systems, because our systems are aging. So with saying that, I know I only have 5 minutes, but I would like to disseminate these. I'm not sure who I would give this to.
Mercedes or Donna.
Mercedes.
Okay, thank you so much.
So you're gonna, Ms. Rose, you're gonna be working primarily with Assumption Parish, or you've got a certain region?
I have Region 3, which is the metropolitan planning region for South Central Planning and Development, 7 parishes. And I'm at your disposal. If you need to meet after hours, just give me a call. My number's on the sheet, but Mr. Nakhan knows how to get in touch with me. And I'm also very close to Kevin. We work hand in hand. He's going to be doing the grant writing. There's a pool of grant money that's been created through the Louisiana Police Jurors Association and the Louisiana Municipal Association. It's a $25 million grant pool that will be used for matching. But you know how that goes. The first there gets it. So I don't want to waste any time. I want to get your projects to Kevin so that we can start working on those grants. We're looking at the end of January to start applying for those grants. So, and you know how it takes time to kind of gather the information and write the grant, but I'm sure all of my counterparts in the region are trying to do the same thing I'm doing right now, get you there first.
Does your brochure outline some of the potential projects aside from just broadband for some ideas?
It does not. It's a general framework, but you and I, if you'd like to contact me, we can. It's mainly infrastructure resilience, for instance, airports, railway, resilience, power delivery, resilience, things that we can improve now for the future. And a lot of times they've identified the fact that rural communities don't get the assistance they need because the larger cities they have the technical assistance and the manpower to go after the funds quicker. So that's why the grant pool was created and the grant fund to go after money for rural communities.
Are the rules written as far as, is it gonna be a local match, or can we pair it up with the, with a business to match it, or?
I would think, I don't have an answer for that, but I would think it would be a grant by grant basis, depending on, each grant is different. Sometimes you can have a public-private partnership, but it would depend on the grant and what the project is.
So the reason why I'm asking, a lot of our parish suffers from poor cellular reception. I'm just wondering if we could, maybe look at improving our cell phone reception.
I would think that
With
that
this.
would be a good project. I would think that would be something that, we could look at. I'm not sure what Kevin's capabilities are for cellular identification and delivery, but there is a broadband czar now that was created at the state level. His name is Beneath, and he probably would have that answer. He would know where I could get a map of cellular delivery and what's missing, filling in the links or improving what's there. I would think that would be a good project to look at.
Has anybody in the region come up with any project yet?
I can tell you some of the things that we're looking at in St. John. We're looking at, they are looking at trying to institute commuter rail from Laplace to New Orleans to cut down on that traffic, to bring people, to gather people. So we're looking at applying for building a commuter rail station and working with the train, I guess it would be Amtrak. In Terrebonne, I met with some of the economic development people yesterday, and they're looking at also improving their train station. They're looking at installing some water and wastewater delivery systems in Gray. There's some missing pieces. They have a lot of package plants, believe it or not, in the Gray area, Gray, Louisiana. St. James, I haven't been able to identify a project yet. Lafourche, I am working with Friends of Bayou Lafourche. We're trying to create some more grant funds to improve what they're already delivering, which is a living bayou. And how can we improve the quality of life for people in Assumption and Lafourche by making Bayou Lafourche a living bayou? So I'm working with them on that. I'll be meeting with Christy Lumpkin and Archie about a week and a half for they just received a gumbo grant, Rev did, to provide broadband in about a 3-mile section of Highway 308. So we're going to look at more broadband delivery, and we're going to do the same in Terrebonne. But I mean, it's been 5 weeks, so I'm in a race to find
No, it's tough.
projects.
It's overwhelming, but.
It's overwhelming for all of us because it's a race to see who can get the grant funds first. And my job, I live in Thibodeau, so I'm vested in this community, and I've been living up and down the bayou all my life for the most part. Ascension Parish, Lafourche Parish, Terrebonne Parish, and my goal is to get as much as I can for this region.
We want as much as we can get.
Yes,
No doubt.
It's time.
Well, good, we got your information and we'll just do a little brainstorming. I got an association meeting tomorrow
Okay,
and brainstorm with them guys also and see what's what.
well, thank you so much. And I hope
All right,
we
thank
can
you.
do
Very,
some stuff.
very good information.
Thank you.
Thank you. We got us a meeting, have a meeting.
Did you get it out?
Donna has some.
Donna has, okay,
All right,
I wanna know.
thank
Good.
you so much.
thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
Before we conclude, just as a point of information, January 11th, we'll be setting up a kickoff meeting for the gumbo grant that we were awarded with Cajun Broadband, and they'll begin construction around March. Get a motion to adjourn.
So move. Motion.
Motion by Mr. Alcorn, second by Mr. Ponville. Any opposed? Motion carried.
It's 5:14. We'll go ahead and get started with the insurance committee meeting. Let the record reflect that all members are present. Item number one, explanation of contractors' requirements of workers' compensations based on state statute. Simmons and Savoy, representative.
Don, thanks for taking that on to come and give us an explanation of this.
Just speak.
Just speaking.
We can hear you.
All right, yeah, Patrick called me, I think that was Friday or Saturday, I don't know, to see if I could come in and explain some of the workers' comp. And I think we said statute, but I'm not getting into all of the statute. And I didn't notice until today when I saw it that I had to have a proposal for the renewal. So we put something together, and that's why I brought Morgan and Michelle. They may know a little more about that than I do. But anyway, as far as the statute, you know, the workers' comp statute was done in, I think, 1914, 15, something like that. It's been changed. And it basically was an agreement between labor and business to take the liability away from some of the businesses, but also protect the employees. And so the statute is there and we all have to live with it. And there's, you know, some companies or like entities are required to carry comp. Some of them are not. And when I say carry it, everybody's subject to the with the exception of the sheriff's office, actually, are subject to the statute. Well, and I think Patrick's question, if we wanted, would you present the question you really wanted me to answer as far as, I think, subcontractors, but I want to try to
Yeah,
answer it.
basically, oftentimes we have work to be done that's being contracted out for subcontractors, and you know, often we've been told from our auditors, is what I'm getting from our administration, that we have to perhaps, based on that statute that you're referring to, and the term statute never was mentioned, but obviously that's a statute.
It's a statute, it's a law that everybody comes under, whether you want it or not. And you either, in some businesses, like a flower shop, are very light, you can pay it out of your pocket if somebody gets hurt. Other more hazardous, you have to buy a workers' comp policy. And it's the most simple policy you'll ever see. If you really get bored and you want to read something, it's the easiest one to read. It basically says, we're going to pay on behalf of the insured, which is the jury, anything that you become liable for under the workers' comp statute. And that's it. It's simple as that. You know, if you cut off this finger, it's $1,700. 2 fingers, it might be $5,000. And but if we're getting to the fact about subcontractors, whether you want to or they want you to, you're responsible for a subcontractor. You know, if there's any injuries, the only thing that can prevent you from being it is, of course, drug tests and stuff like that. But if they purchase a policy, and you know, I deal with it with one of our businesses that we do, and with truckers, and it's a lot of times that a lot of truckers, and Jamie knows that, you know, that even your subs, they want to exclude themselves. They can exclude themselves, but they can't exclude themselves from you, you know, and they can't exclude their wife's damages, you know. So it's really not a good idea to have anybody working with you without a workers' comp policy. And what happens is if you don't have a certificate during your audit, your workers' comp audit with your carrier, they're going to pick that up and then they're going to charge you for it. And, whether, and it slipped through sometimes with people, and you got to go to that contractor and say, look, man, you owe me $3,000 because that's what your comp cost us. And you really, it's not a good idea. It can be done, but it's not really a good idea.
Well, John, the reason you were asked to come and give an explanation on it is because when any contractor comes here or subcontract, they have that belief that they don't need that. And when they call most insurance agencies, other than now, when you're giving some specifics on it, it's been perceived even by insurance agencies that it's not needed for that individual. Now it's coming to light,
It's
even
not
from your
needed-
department.
It's not needed for him if he's working on his own.
Right, that's what they're being told, is that they don't have to have their own policy because they're, can fall under your policy.
And I'm not.
We don't want that.
No.
Morgan Brown.
I'm sorry, this is my daughter Morgan, and and I'm gonna use Jamie for an example. Jamie owns his own trucking firm, and he may not, if he's not contracting to someone, he doesn't have to include himself on the workers' comp. But if he goes on a job, that certificate that his agency is gonna provide is gonna say, it's gonna be a section, is the sole proprietor included or excluded? And if he's excluded, then his income is picked up under your comp. So you have to pay it. And it's really, you don't have control of your employees, because if you're allowing those subs to work or any contract to work without being covered. And that being said, there's very few carriers that will accept your coverage if you say we're not going to require certificates. And
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, why wouldn't they?
yeah, I mean, it's everybody tries to get around it, but it's really, somebody's going to be responsible for that comp injury, whether it be, I mean, in the case that they start at the top, the jury is responsible. If you can find a policy between you and that contractor, then that policy is there. But as you come down, if he doesn't have one, somebody above him is going to have to pay for it, or that carrier is going to pay for it. So now I'll answer any questions about that. And I can't answer you specific statutes that your attorney may know more about it. As far as
If the rate that you're charged is based on the contract amount of that subcontractor
Yeah,
or on their annual
that's
salary?
where it can get a little sticky, because, I mean, for example, let's say you got a $5,000, a small contract. Then when the auditors come, how are you going to break out your salary versus rent on the equipment? And they'll usually work with you on it, but it's not your employee, and it's hard to really control it like that. But again, with that, well, that being said, Patrick, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, we're going forward. Again, Kim has been clear that what was told and mentioned by the auditors, and there's a little bit uncertainty when that contractor goes to an agent. It could be your insurance agency, it could be any insurance agency, and they're told that they don't have to have.
Well,
And so somewhere here, we need to have some protocol set forth
I
where
think,
we know what.
I think whoever reviews your certificates, and I don't know, Kim, did you?
Sandy does.
Well, there's a form, there's a box. Does he have workers' comp, and is he included? And if he's not included, then he's yours. I mean, and now if he's included, he's paying a lot of premium, but that's necessary,
The jury's off the hook.
the jury's off the hook.
Yeah.
If you got a certificate,
Yeah.
and that's the way it should be. Having
That's the way it
said,
needs to be.
Yeah.
yeah, that's the way it should be. But again, that's jury policy. I'm just telling you how it works with the who's responsible for the injury as it goes up.
Right.
And am I supposed to give him a proposal today?
I have did it change, Michelle, from what you last said?
No,
I think it went down, right?
Unfortunately, let me tell you, I have just.
They have a copy of it down in their packet. They have a copy of what Michelle,
Of the proposal. Well, I was able to get some loss information more. Now, I don't want to talk specific claims because I don't want to put somebody's name out there. But Kim has, I think you have it with it. If anybody wants to
that's in
see
your
it,
packet.
you have it back?
Without
Yeah.
names.
If y'all want to see it, go to her. I don't want to be responsible for giving out information on something. Right? Last year, our premium was right around 70,000. And our loss ratio for the last 3 years for 20, it was 345%. Every dollar we paid in, y'all paid in the comp, the compensation company paid out 345. 2021 was, 20 to 21 was 608%. Every dollar they paid out $608. And this past was 207%. So we had it insured with Luba. Luba, of course, non-renewed. And so our only option, and with all the agents around here, the only option is LWCC. So we've applied to LWCC, and with those losses, every business has what you call an experience modifier. All right, it's a rolling 3 years. It's not your past year, it's the 3 years prior. And they calculate your claims versus your premium and expected losses. And it comes what they call the experience modifier. And that is applied to your premium. In other words, if your premium is $100,000 and you can have very good experience and your modifier might be 0.85. So you're gonna pay $850 rather than $1,000. If in your case this year, we have a debit and it's 1.64. And so LWCC, we went to them and they came with some numbers, and we went back to them today. We said, look, we understand the modifier. Any insurance company that writes your coverage has to use the same modifier. It's a federally done NCCI program, and they calculated and come up with it. Well, so I went to them. I said, look, I see where you have a debit charge, and you also have the debit modifier, because the premium came back at like 145.
145,907.
Right. And so the debit premium they put was 29,000, and that's negotiable usually. The modifier is not negotiable. That's gonna be applied no matter what. So we went back to them, and I have the letter from the underwriter here saying where they're at 145, the trend shows that they should charge 195, but they can't get to that. I'm gonna tell you, they can't get to it. 195 for what they think is trending claims. And what I'm, that's our only proposal is gonna be 145. I'm pretty excited about seeing what LWCC can do with y'all, the way the claims are, and what they can do to correct it. It's gonna be hands-on with your managers and hiring and so on and so forth. Pre-screen hires, pre-med hires and stuff like that. But you're gonna have to control it. It has to get brought down. And LWCC is one of the best at doing it. I do a Chaffalaya levy district, and they're running at a 0.8 mod, but they were at a 1.2 like 6-7 years ago, and they've cleaned it up, and there's ways to do it. And again, what if I don't know? I think y'all may have some other options, but we're local. We can do it. It's going to be expensive. Anybody that does it is going to have to use their 1.64 mod. There's no way to get away with that. But the other mod that they debited, I don't know what everybody else is filing. So with that being said, I'll answer any other questions with workers' comp.
Any other questions? Appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you for coming in.
Yeah, everybody has the proposal. Just has to-
Yeah. Thank y'all for coming on.
Thank you.
On short notice. Thank
Thank
you.
you for having.
I don't see it. Let's just look for it. I don't see it.
Well, I have a few. I thought it was just going to be the committee, so I have about 4.
The listing of the. Yeah, the workers' comp claims form. I can take his proposal. I had sent them to y'all. I scanned them, emailed them to y'all.
I don't have anything for Mr. Don, but I will take you to talk about workers' comp. There was a job done recently, and contractor went out there and did the job, and he didn't have workers' comp. Well, the email went out this week or last week, stating that I and Patrick advised that he could do the job without the said insurance. That is completely false. I never told anybody that they can go do a job without workers' comp. So I responded back to the email and indicated that. This email stayed the same, nothing changed, and the email is also attached to the bill. We need to clarify it here with everybody saying what was said to who, we can do that. But this never came out of my mouth. I didn't authorize anybody to do work without working comp.
I believe you on that, and likewise with myself, I did speak to the contractor. I did speak to a couple of jurors, Jamie, Leroy, we talked about it, and Jamie said, no, I think it's required. I have to do it, et cetera, but never once did I as well indicate not to do it, so that he did not need it, and that employee or contract to, wants to go to the agency.
Yeah.
And get his business.
And I can add something to that. I think that may have been a misunderstanding. He came to us, we write his GL, I think, and maybe his auto. I'm not sure.
Christie wrote the GL just for that job.
Okay,
Told
well,
her he didn't need to work.
So we wrote the liability and we sent a certificate, all right? And it did not have workers' comp on it because he did not have workers' comp. He came to us afterwards and he was willing to buy work, but we can't backdate it. It was being impossible to do that. So it may have been that this, I don't know that the certificate was picked. I really don't know what happened there, but I did find out that we were, any other things on the, otherwise I'm bring this to run out. You have a question?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
No, we're good. Thank you.
Good. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Don.
And Chris, I think you just wanted some clarification on that.
I want
And I didn't bother
clarification,
to
and
answer
also
that.
would like
but
to see
correct.
that email removed from that bill because that is not factual,
Thank
what was said.
Well, that is the information I was given.
And I indicated to you in the email when I responded that that wasn't true. So being professional, I think that you should have went to whoever told you the information and just collaborate with them to make sure you got the right information. And that wasn't done either, because I talked to the individual and they advised they didn't tell you that.
Well, Donna, we had the conversation. You specifically told me that, and then the conversation was over. And if Donna was not given that information, then why did she proceed to issue the job without workers' comp? Because Sandy
She's
said you
there right
asked.
now. Since you brought it up and you called it.
Let me ask you, Chris. It's a play on words. It's a play on
I
words.
got the flow.
Although this is under workers' compensation, this is not an agenda item, so I'm gonna have to put a stop to this. However, there was an oversight. We're acknowledging that, we're moving on. I think that kind of needs to be the end of it. We need to move
That's
on.
fine.
with-
That's fine. Excuse me.
Item number 2.
We still need, are we gonna take action on the workers' comp charge, or are we not on this invoice?
This is. Take action.
So,
Their copy right there.
Work got done.
They get paid, so.
Should we move it to the next meeting or deviate and do another item?
I would put it on the next agenda,
On the
so
next
that way
meeting.
we can get it approved or whatever y'all need to do moving forward, but it is not a specific agenda item tonight.
Yes.
And I would prefer not to deviate.
Thank you. We're gonna put it on the next, Donna, please put it on the next agenda. That's for next week, right?
That's correct.
Thank you. Item number 2, discuss workers' compensation program for 2023 and accept the renewals. I don't have the renewals in my packet, but before we go to the renewals, look at I number 2 in your packet, if y'all got a second. And this is partially the reason why Luba kind of dropped us on the workers' comp. I don't know if there's some type of program, I don't know, some type of safety mechanism, but we gotta get a handle on this, we gotta get a cap on this because we're having too many claims. Look at item number I-2 in your packet. Something has to be done.
There's no consequences. Employees get hurt. Their own fault. They still keep their job, they don't work from comp. And it's just a repeat thing.
Oh, question for you. Look at him, 2021, employee number 1. dirt slash sand in the face and eye. What was this employee doing at the time?
You probably don't know, because this been since March
Yeah, that
in
was,
2023,
that was
21.
Over a year and a half ago.
Yeah, he probably.
Cut finger.
No,
All right, so the first one apparently wasn't wearing eye protection. Okay. Second one, cut finger.
The second one, I don't make any assumptions, but you said the gloves, that would probably be the answer for that one. Number two, cut finger.
Employee number 3, hurt back.
Lifting
That was
boxes.
just in a small box at the community center.
All right, so did we take this employee to the doctor right then and there? Or he went home and then came back 2 days later and said his back was hurt?
That's correct.
All right, so how do we know that this happened on our time?
I don't think it's my position, I guess, I don't want to say that, if it's my position to investigate or.
Did he say he was hurt?
Well, I will say that based on that incident, we did modify our workers' comp policy to make sure that it's a requirement that all situations are reported immediately,
Correct.
same day.
So
of
he
incident,
didn't report this,
Not that same day.
okay?
Yeah, I'd like to just say, and I do a lot of business with Luba. Luba dropped the ball. You should have procedures for you hiring that you don't have to be talking about it amongst yourselves. The insurance company should, I mean, you talk about it, I don't mean it like that, but you shouldn't have to be deciding on that. They should come with, like I said, pre-medical hiring. You get the knees and knees x-rayed and the back x-ray. Jimmy, you're probably familiar with some of those
Right.
things. I know because of the trucking business.
Well, we need to do a better job ourselves.
Well, you form your policy and you just stay doing it, whatever it is, and that's not for anybody else to do, but, and I will assure you, and I know we're gonna be more expensive than anything else, I will assure you that the LWCC will put in an effort. If anybody has dealt with them before, they're gonna come in, they're gonna be requirements. They're gonna say, you can't do this, you can't hire like this. If an injury needs to be reported to the supervisor immediately. You don't get in a truck without a hat, gloves, and a hat, glasses, and gloves. You don't do anything. You don't cut grass without gloves. It's just they'll change the culture within, which I think that needs to be done. And I can guarantee that I will stay on. I'm pretty adamant about this. I think it's ridiculous for the workers' comp claims to be that much. It's just and there's government entities, like I said, the Chaffalot Levy District. They have way more employees. They run an 28 modifier. I'll bring them back. Their premium runs about 120,000, and I'll bring them back $60,000 almost every year with a dividend because they're doing well. So they paying $60,000 with a payroll that I'm sure is. I mean, I don't know what a levy district payrolls are, but it's substantial for something parish would be. But there's ways to do it, and if your people buy in, and it's up to y'all to ensure that they buy in, and we can fix it. We can fix it, but it's gonna take a couple of years.
Yeah, workers come in and make sure there's all the pre-screening dressing.
Absolutely, they're gonna come with. They're gonna be some requirement or some suggestion that you're not gonna want to do. You can see, but that's not feasible. But they'll work with you on it. But there's some basic deals that have to be done, and I think you'll see some improvement. Take you a couple of 3 years to get it back to where it was as far as.
Yeah, but you are correct. Luba did not request anything relative to safety measures and so forth.
They're a very good company. I don't know how this wasn't done. I don't know how it got so bad without them not coming here and saying, giving you an ultimatum. And they should have. I can assure you, LWCC will be here bothering to get it straight.
Part of the problem is if somebody get hurt, we are not getting notified right away. If it is an employee that got hurt and came back and reported 2 days later, there's no way we should afford that. We should afford that down to the bone.
Correct.
No job should be done without employee wearing gloves. Every employee should have safety glasses. Supervisors, I hate to say it, but y'all got to check these jobs. If you catch them in violation, you got to write them up. We got to have some kind of punishment. It's out of control right now. And what they're seeing is people getting hurt on set at home for a year or longer and getting paid. So it's a trend now. Until we correct it, we're gonna continue with this problem.
And it could turn into some litigation. it can go just that further. But as we're hearing, the price done tripled, or for sure doubled, almost tripled than what we were paying. Yeah, so we gotta put a lid on it. We gotta put a lid on it.
Look, don't be scared to take action.
Oh, don't be scared.
We send people home all day for not wearing safety glasses. Not for 1 day, 3 days. So we're gonna support you.
And Kim, we talk about the budget. This is coming out of general fund, right?
No, this actually comes out of every employee where they belong to. So it's all the funds. It hits all the funds, not just general. fund.
So, any more discussion?
Motion to adjourn.
No,
We need to select a carrier for next.
yeah, we gotta select the carrier. You have the,
There were 2 proposals received. There was one from LWCC, which you have circulating around, and that one was for 145,907. And then there was another one received from CCMSI, which is with the Police Jury Association, and their quote came in at 125,631.
any difference in the proposal based off the price that CCMI quoted? Based off with LWCC.
The only thing on the CCMSI quote is they do have certain requirements that you have to have. The following requirements must be met for you, or you will be subject to a 10% additional 10% in premium. 5% is based on the program requirements of utilizing MedCore, which is a triage nurse on the claims reported within 48 hours of the incident. So it goes back to how we react to incidents and how we respond. Yes, management. And also on the questionnaires on the second injury fund, which we currently have in place. Everybody does fill that out annually. So, as long as you follow those 2, you are not subject to an additional 10%. Other than that, they were all given the same information, the same claims. That's what we were receiving.
Mr. Don, could you, I guess, elaborate on the portion that you said that you could negotiate with LWCC?
Yeah. I can't, Kim has the data that he gave me. Go down to the premium deal. I'm not looking at it. See, yeah, okay, all companies have what they call schedule rate. And they can debit a rate, whatever they filed. I don't know what the association has filed. LWCC has several filings. So if you look at the last page, there's a schedule rating premium. You see 29,000. That's because of the condition that the comp is in right now. They're saying we want, and I don't know what percentage this is, but they can't, that's an additional charge. And then you get the experience, but that comes in after the experience modification. So that is negotiable. We called just today and said, look, it's not good. Anyway, the letter that I gave to Kim, the underwriter says, we need 190,000 with the trend that's going on right now. In other words, they expect, if they could get 190, they have to write us. If they could get 190,000, that's what they would have charged us. Now, if we do, if we see some improvement next year, we can go back and get that taken out. I don't know if they'll take it out all the way up the first time, but if we show some improvement and willingness to do it, their loss control people get back to the underwriters and say, look, they buying in, they're trying to do it. And we can come off of that some, but today it was no, and it's no matter where you're going to be at, you're going to have the same losses, unless except for the loss prevention, you're still going to have claims, and we're trending not in a good way. But anyway, we again, we local, we like to try to keep it. We do understand pricing. I do understand it, but
do we have any indication that the other company gonna come in and try to assist us with bringing these claims down?
She said she would come in and meet with everyone, just as she did with the health insurance and whatnot.
What about safety mechanisms as he spoke about with LWCC? You know, almost kind of putting the foot down and say, hey, you know, this is what it's gonna be to be in compliance. You know, proper PPE, this, that, and the third. Is that something that would be part of this?
If you go to the front page of the proposal, it pretty much tells you why, what LWCC does. You know, the bells and whistles they come. You know, there's niches where these other companies come in and all that. The LWCC is probably the newest largest.
And I know it's 20,000 more. I'm not on the committee to make a motion. But we need help bringing these things back. You know, we looking at, in 2 years, we out of control. Before that, we had no problem. In 2 years, you pick up all these claims.
I'll make a motion to accept Mr. Salvador's bid.
Got a motion on the floor by Mr. Diaz. Second. Got a second by Mr. Blanchard. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carried. Motion to adjourn.
We need help.
We need help with this, boss.
We will.
We need help.
I'm gonna tell you all this now. My daughter's taking over January 1st, but I'm gonna take care of.
Or we need help.
No, this will be mine, and there's about 5 or 6 other ones that I'm
They're
just.
gonna come in and help the
Yeah,
LWCC.
we'll be sure.
They're gonna come in and say you have to operate like this.
Yeah.
Your
But-
employees have to do this.
We have like compliance audits and everything else.
Blame it on them, not y'all.
Yeah, but Mr. Carter commented upon some things of which, Mike, you run a shop, Jamie, you got operations. Ron, you've been in the industry, likewise with myself. So there are some things that are just, what I would say, elementary. It just has to take place, and we're not there.
Yes.
So.
We need to start it. We need to
There's
start
a
some big
gentleman
ones.
in the corner over there being quiet, but he's probably where you need to start with some policies and procedures internally.
That is
Not all
correct.
policies, you just have to follow.
It's enforcement.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And we'll hit the ground running January 1st.
Thank you, man.
Thank
Thank you. You just.
We adjourn.
You need that motion.
Motion to adjourn. So move, yeah.
Get a second vote.
Yeah, I got a second. I got one from Mike.
I made a motion, you have a second.
You had the second. Mike had the first, you had the second.
Let's go for a vote.
Go for your vote.
No, I thought we approved
We
that.
just
already.
adjourned.
Oh, we adjourned.
Motion to adjourn. We
Motion
did-
to
we got the
adjourn, yeah, we
motion.
approved it. I gotta go to the restroom.
So,
We got the-
Adjourn.
Adjourn, somebody.
No, we didn't do it.
Motion to adjourn, somebody, please.
Motion to adjourn.
second. All in favor? Any nays?
Okay, call the personnel committee meeting to order. All members are present. First thing, discuss the permit and planning position.
So you can almost roll number 1 and number 2 together. Request approval of name of an interim floodplain manager until the position is full. I mean, they're both almost hand in hand. So, you know, I'm not sure where we stand with hiring some individual. I know that interviews were taken last jury meeting. You know, as of now, Carol and Ann have been doing the work. And as I look at their various job descriptions, there's nothing in their job descriptions as it pertains to that position. So, you know, is the jury planning on hiring one of
We
the,
need to hire somebody tonight.
I'm sorry?
We need to hire somebody tonight. Well.
So, I mean, here's some of the problems that not having a floodplain manager, there's some documents that are required to be signed by federal and state law that aren't being signed. You know, the plat plans, you know, the property owner signs it, there's a signature block on the plat plan. Property owner signs it, director, i.e. Mr. Ray was signing it, John Boudreaux was signing it, we don't know who to sign it now, and the police jury president. So we're holding up the citizens of Assumption Parish in that aspect by not filling these positions.
Are you coming with a recommendation?
I think we ought to put somebody in there.
To me, the intern, if we're gonna have an intern floodplain manager, I don't know why the police jury president can't sign for that director, because it's not filled. You know, flood determination letter, that's been signed by the floodplain manager in the past. That's a federal state requirement. Letter to the Corps of Engineer, i.e. dealing with property in an A flood zone to make a base flood determination. That's signed by the floodplain manager. You know, we're in a position where we can't do these sort of things because we don't have that position filled.
Okay, so we make somebody intern until we fill a position out of your office. Who you recommend?
I recommend the police jury president.
No,
He can't get the work done to doing the permits and everything else. He only
You
showed.
know, no one's been trained in that field, to be honest with you. And I can tell you both Carol and Ann don't feel comfortable signing those documents. I don't know why we just can't fill the position.
Gonna fill the position, but we still haven't spoke to one of the guys that we talked about at the last meeting about the position. And then I think we had a rather interview that we might want to do. I don't think we're ready to fill it yet.
So you're telling us that Miss Ann or Miss Carol have got no interest. You're speaking for them.
They don't feel comfortable with signing those documents. I can tell you that right off the bat. You know, we're talking two positions, the floodplain manager, land subdivision manager, or permit manager. I think I've heard that term for this one position.
All right, so
And-
the question is this, what's dire? Can we wait another till Wednesday?
And there is no job description in the personnel manual dealing with that one position.
It's something, we're gonna talk to Mr. Clemo next Wednesday, without a doubt. It's
I mean,
something,
we've gone this long.
yeah, with another week, or
I don't think another week would hurt. We've gone this long.
And I
We need
think
to take action next week.
Yes, we need to take action.
it was mentioned that he had interest in that in the past, so that would be a perfect fit if he could.
Now, the permitting clerk, you know, we need to take action on that also.
Next week.
I think you said that Ann and Carol, don't have interest in it. But when it's all said and done, they're gonna be the ones training where we are.
That's right.
They're the ones with the most knowledge.
That's right.
That's why I was
They don't
asking.
adjust their own
They're the
work.
ones with the, as it pertains to permitting. Now, Ann and Carol can tell you a little bit about this floodplain management, but not like it is in permitting.
There's not a lot of floodplain management going on right now. Whoever come in for that, will have to go to school and learn the whole 9 yards.
I got 3 or 4 sets of plot plans sitting in the EOC right now pending signature.
we need all criteria, need a signature.
Okay, who
The
said,
girls know it meets the criteria, you need a signature.
But
So
if they
who-
could review the
if they can
ordinance
review it,
and know it meets the
if they say
criteria.
meet the
then they can sign.
criteria, then why? What's the issue?
And then back by the jury.
Mr. Carter, why don't you speak to those young ladies, and why don't we figure out what compensation in the interim can go with that, with one or both of those young ladies, because they do a good job of what they're
Until
doing.
No, you're doing an outstanding job.
And from there, we also look to entertain the other gentleman that we're speaking of. I think we all know that he had interest in that. So I think we got some solutions. It just needs to be driven.
But we can't keep kicking the can down the road.
No, we can't.
Next meeting, we will take action.
You know, and we also need to come up with a job description for the floodplain manager, which is in the personnel.
What about the clerk? Back to the clerk.
Back to the clerk.
2 weeks, we didn't do anything, so we're gonna
But
push it off to next week.
I mean, did I hear you right? That you're gonna make a decision next week on the clerk also?
Next week on the clerk also.
All right, just so that we can take action before next meeting, I'd like to schedule an interview with the additional applicant as well as our current employee, so that we can have time to speak to both of them. We need dedicated time before next meeting.
Okay, I think we need to make sure what we advertising or what we moving forward with the permitting planning position, because if it's, as we talked about with our
Pay rate.
existing in the pay scale changes. So we even I have to be in contact with those other 2 individuals to see if they're even still interested
Right,
at a lower
exactly.
pay scale.
Right. But
We can't assume that they are.
what you advertised was actually the clerk position, but you put it
And we
into
advertised
the
for
salary
everything.
range of the director or the manager position.
Correct.
I think you could reach out to the 2 we interviewed, listen, this is what we're looking at as a clerk position for the same money that the lady Kayla made when she left.
Not when she left, not when she left.
Not when she left.
Before her promotion.
Before her,
Right.
for more, yes, that's what I think.
So I'd like to also add that when you interview that one other individual for that clerk position, you need to make sure that they understand what that salary range
Yeah,
is.
that person
Well,
has to know as
yeah, that's what
well.
we're talking
Okay,
about.
reach out
No,
to-
the two that you just interviewed, but you got one
The
other.
new
in-
potential one as well.
I think we left our discussion open-ended because we weren't sure if the current employee was even interested in
We
being the
still not
director.
sure. We still not
Exactly.
sure.
No,
So
we
that's-
tell y'all he is multiple times.
He is.
He is.
Yes.
I would like to speak to him as a jury
Yeah.
instead of just taking someone's word for it.
Because we still.
Before we
Next week.
decide how we're gonna hire to fill both of those positions.
And we need, because when we speak to him and tell him what we expect, it might change his mind. We're not looking for somebody just to say, okay, you're a supervisor, you're gonna sit back and just point fingers. We need somebody that's going to office, hit the ground running.
Ms. Kim, when is he gonna be back from this conference?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
You said Thursday, didn't you say Thursday, Donna?
Thursday. So, I mean, does the jury need to set a date and time? They want to meet with him before Wednesday to interview him?
Yes.
I think we need to so that we can take action next Wednesday.
Set a date, set a time. You wanna do it Monday?
Well, it's gonna be when they're available. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, when,
Kim's gonna have to make contact with them to make sure that.
See if they're available Monday or Tuesday evening.
But we have to call for a special meeting, so we just have to call it Monday or Tuesday, Joe Day. What time?
Yeah, whatever the candidate is available.
All three? Y'all want all three to come back, Chris?
Huh? No, not all three.
Just
just the two.
Just contact the other two.
the other two,
Yeah.
okay.
Do it Monday, 6 o'clock.
That's fine. Monday at 6 is good.
And with the other two being the floodplain manager potential and that other clerk?
We're looking to fill both positions.
Absolutely.
And we'll make a decision on the clerk that night.
That night or Wednesday at the meeting?
We'll announce it Wednesday.
Well, it's a meeting.
But we need a, yeah, we're gonna have to talk pay to actually even present to the existing employee. Okay, Monday at 6.
So how the office been running now, Tom?
All right, so as I said earlier, the floodplain manager, the position, the requirements and documents that need to be signed haven't been signed. As far as permitting, both Ann and Carol have been working very closely together to make it happen. And we'll talk about item number 5 in the engineering grants. I mean, I got a proposal on your desk for approval of a trailer park. So we'll talk about that. And you can see in that packet, and in the last jury meeting, we had another packet come through. They put together an excellent packet, the photographs. It just paints the entire picture of what's being done. You know, so it's going well. There's not a backlog of work in that office because there's certain things that they can't do because South Central Planning has to send an inspector out. So as it goes through the chain, they work it when it comes back to the office. Now, I think that both Ms. Carol and especially Ms. Carol, and Ms. Ann worked closely with Mr. Ray in training him, and they felt comfortable backing off more and more and more and let Ray handle things. So, and that's what I'm looking to do when the new hires come on board.
I will speak
So with
with Ann
everything
and
that-
Ms. Carroll as early as tomorrow and take care of this. I don't see a problem. If you got enough knowledge to approve the package, say it's ready to go, shouldn't be
Absolutely.
a problem with signing until we get somebody in new positions. I think we will have no problem with that.
Can we just get a motion maybe to approve that in the interim?
Okay.
But after this is over, Mr. Johnson, after the jury meeting's over, maybe you can come upstairs and sign those documents where the parish president needs to
Yeah,
sign.
that, nothing has changed with that, Mr. Thomas. That's just a matter of making.
I just
it
need to
aware
like
of
make sure you know about it.
That's standard. That's no problem.
We'll get somebody making a motion.
Motion.
And the motion would be for Ann or Carol. I don't want to.
Seconds.
Motion by Mr. Diaz, second by Mr. Blanchard. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Okay. Next item, request approval to carry over leave due to an on-the-job injury.
That's me. I got an employee that's sitting with 255 hours of annual leave, and he won't be back till after the 1st, so he would lose those 15 hours of annual leave if the jury doesn't allow us to carry that over.
Okay, what's the circumstances around his injury? How he got hurt?
He was injured on the job in cutting grass on lawnmower. Yeah, He's one of the workers' comp, injuries.
That's the one that ran over ankle or foot or something like that?
No, he was, trying to push something with the machine and then it came up over the top of the machine and caught his, broke his leg.
Push something in the machine. I feel like this. To me, that's negligence on an employee. I feel like we shouldn't allow him to carry over that leave. He maxed out, he carried over his max.
Was he written up?
No,
Did he go to the doctor that same day?
he was brought to the doctor by one of my
So
supervisors.
he was not written up for
But that's
pushing.
not what was delivered as a statement, that something came over the lawnmower. The way it
So
was
y'all found
explained,
this out after the fact?
Obviously, they found it out
Yeah,
after.
I think I was.
So
I
was
think I
he
was out
written
of
up
town.
after that?
I didn't even know that something came over the lawnmower, and I'm the one that brought it to the hospital. So it wasn't brought to my attention.
So did y'all speak to this employee after y'all found this out? What
He's
happened?
never been back to work, and once workman's comp takes over, we told not to discuss anything with an employee after workman's comp issue's been. That's a policy that they had with Luba. So we cannot talk about any type of variables with issues with injury with an employee.
So we need to make a decision. Are we,
This was
or y'all want
negligent on
to,
his part.
y'all want
This,
to?
this is the, currently the employee can carry over 240 hours, correct?
That's the rule.
Correct.
You have any comments? Because I know that particular employee and he has been accountable wherever you bring him on. So can you speak to that?
About his performance and his, yes, he's a very valuable, competent employee. I consider this to be an accident. It may have been, negligence, somewhat negligent, but he's a very loyal, very qualified, not qualified, but very good, loyal employee that's dedicated. I think it's just a freak accident. Maybe he probably shouldn't have done what he was doing, but he didn't maliciously do it. I can speak for his integrity. But that's your decision. I'm not.
We need a motion on the floor.
So Leroy, you're saying 240 hours can be carried over?
Well, that's the
That's
existing.
correct.
That's
That's
the
policy.
policy.
Yeah.
Stick to the policy.
Stick to
Stick to the policy.
Stick to policy.
Motion to stick to policy.
Motion by Mr. Palmville, to allow the employees to carry over the max 240.
Seconded.
Second by Mr. Amos, all in favor? Any opposed? Ayes have it. Next item, request approval for the old sub-director and the police jury, Jeff Knockin, to attend Louisiana Emergency Management Winter Education Workshop, January 9th through the 11th, 2023, at the LeBird in Lake Charles. Total cost $881.02.
So move.
Motion by Mr. Alcone.
Second.
Second by Mr. Jackson. All in favor? Any opposed? Ayes have it. Next item, I put that on there. We're gonna table that one to the next meeting. Discuss employee morale could be tabled. Last item, discuss employee evaluations.
Can we go into executive session with this? Mr. Calabro,
Was anybody notified? Who were we discussing? If they
we're
weren't.
just
notified-
discussing
employee
all employee
evaluations.
evaluations that we received as a jury.
No individual in particular.
No.
I mean, my question is this. We ask supervisors to give their recommendations. I wouldn't deviate from that, not one for nobody. I would recommend, I'm not on the board, but I would recommend just budget wise, the COL is in our budget. I think we allow for some pay raises. I would go off our supervisor recommendations to approve.
Okay, well, here's the problem that I have with it.
You don't have any questions, Jeff?
I looked at,
You didn't look at the
I look
evaluation?
at all the evaluations,
I could
right?
question every last one of them.
I look at all the evaluations and they're not up to staff. I mean, to standard. They just got X's marked with no explanations on them. And that came from most all supervisors. You might have one or two that have comments.
I'm speaking on behalf of the evaluations that I completed. On each one of the different sections, I did make a comment concerning the performance structure.
Maybe I would
And
have
I have a
said,
copy of mine.
and that's fine. Now, I went through the rest of them, sure, and I mean,
So what I'm hearing is it doesn't have the specificity relative to the criteria that's listed there or the
to justify,
information that's listed there. So So to further support why they're getting it. So there needs to be some more information supporting those areas is what I'm hearing y'all say.
I mean, that's my personal opinion. I don't know how everybody else feels.
Micromanage their department.
Yeah. I mean,
Let
the
them-
supervisor
You give
just-
them a job to do it and let them do their job and you go out their recommendation. They work with people all day, every day, you know.
But what is the purpose of doing evaluation and bringing it to us if we can't even see the reason why you put superior? Why do you think that employees are superior in this? It's no comments.
Well, we should have had on the form for them to have comments.
It's on there. It's on there.
Yes.
I did not comment on every line item, but every specific employee I have a comment on.
There's a comment on every line item.
But whenever I looked at the evaluations, I saw a direct correlation between what was selected on the evaluations and those that were recommended for raises. It was really clear. There were only 2 employees that had a positive evaluation that were not recommended for a raise. And all of the list that I have. And I personally would feel more comfortable if we were discussing this in executive session.
Myself.
But if y'all remain here,
I got a few things to say.
But again, if that's the case, gentlemen, as we know, if we're discussing the competence, character, or standards of any employee, that employee needs to be notified so they can properly defend themselves and be given 24-hour notice. So again, I understand your position with the directors, but we're not discussing the directors or the supervisors, we're discussing the particular employees. And it seems like the issue is the way that the supervisors filled out the evaluations. That seems to be the problem. That needs to be handled, and it can't be handled in executive session.
sure, well, I do have 4 that need a jury recommendation for the department heads. If y'all want to discuss that in executive session.
Well, what Ms. Glabro has indicated, it had to have been mentioned in advance of, unless the 4 is here.
I guess what we're discussing though is not an employee's, I guess, I don't see the need for them to, we're discussing the evaluation by the supervisor, not the exact employee.
Leroy, if you can find under the exceptions for executive session, how that allows us or affords us the opportunity to go into executive session, I'd be more than happy to review it.
Well, we need to move on. We're just sitting here beating a dead horse.
Any other?
If y'all want to discuss the evaluations next week, we can table it until next week. But I'll share what I have.
Well, we're not gonna go into executive session on this.
We want to discuss it in the open.
Well, I guess we can, it's real simple. Mr. Tyler, could you make sure you've got enough comment relative to those areas of concern that helps to?
I believe I did, and I provided Mr. Carter a copy of that, but
Well, that's
I'll
fine,
send it to the
Mr.
email.
Paul, can you add more language there relative to those areas, which proves, you know, why you have chosen to, you know, to
I can,
put you
but,
listed there for that
I
person's
made my
evaluation?
evaluations and I talked directly to all my employees with the different issues. So I mean, I spoke directly, candidly with all my employees. So I mean, if y'all want me to change my evaluations, then I guess I'd have to speak with.
What these guys are speaking of is not absurd. What has happened in industry, there's different criteria that's listed for different areas that you're being, which judges your promotions or your evaluations and your raises. And basically, it lists how you've done with those areas. And basically, just add some comment to it. It's all there, just add the comments. Good or bad?
Then what happens after that?
I guess the question is
What happens after that?
Well, I mean,
What happens after that?
good question.
He gives the explanation, you don't like what he hears, then you gonna go fight for the
No,
employee?
no,
You go
no.
with, you go with the supervisor's recommendation. They
It's
on
not-
the
it's
floor,
not
they
just-
working it. I don't know what
it's
y'all
not-
wanna do.
Only thing on that, Jeff, is on a lot of evaluations, just check excellent, this or that. And no explanation. When you're doing it.
I think he gives the customer, the employee, the evaluation, say, hey, this is what you need to improve on.
So
Whatever is not
So what,
superior.
so what the purpose of getting these evaluations to look at them, but we can't even determine what's going on? So why bring them up?
On their recommendation.
No, Jeff, this is quite simple. That is what an evaluation is. It has that specificity listed, what that person has done, where they need improvement, et cetera, et cetera. That's what an evaluation is.
Right.
And that is not something that we cannot attain to. we need to grow to get there. Let's accept it. Same as what we got the workers' comp thing. We learn from our errors, our mistake, and we grow. That doesn't mean those recommendations for evaluation that they've got, whether a person got a raise or not, it's not going to change that.
You want a detailed.
That's correct. It's not going to change
Detailed
that.
Well, question
assessment.
for you. Some of the employees that fell short on their evaluation, were they, were y'all in discussion where they could better themselves and what they have to do better themselves?
Correct. I mean, I'm not getting into specific details.
No, I'm just asking.
Yeah, I mean, that was.
I think we need to put this on the next agenda and discuss it. And if we're gonna talk about employees, we notify them and we go into executive session. Just table it to the next meeting, to next week.
So would you have a problem with the employees?
No, I don't have a problem with none of the employees at all. I'm just saying that when the supervisor did the evaluation, they should have been more detailed with them. That's all. If I'm putting down somebody that did a superior job, then don't put down why they did a superior job, what I think they did superior. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Employees,
Fair enough.
I don't know half of the employees, you know, to see how they work or see what they do, to say what they're doing. I'm depending on the supervisor.
It makes perfect sense what you're saying, Mr. Chair.
Let me ask you a question so I can be more specific on this. Because every line, every one that I did, at least one line item has a, I didn't put it on all of them. Do you want me to put a statement on each individual criteria?
I think if you put superior down for something, then you should justify why you put superior.
Okay.
If it's just like meet standards, then you might not have to put something down for that. But if it's superior, then you need to justify why you give them superior. But that's saying they're doing an excellent job.
Mr. Carter, anywhere you put an X, you should have some type of language, whether it's supporting or not supporting, whatever that individual have done within those 10 to 12 months.
Well, you can eliminate some of that because at the end, you can go with your overall, you can put a comment, a statement in there to address the rest of it. You have, you know, your overall statement. And Paul, I know you got a lot of employees under you, but you have supervisors that work under you also. You know, you don't supervise every employee. Those supervisors are in a position whereby they should be doing some of these evaluations.
They were a part. I had three different supervisors that assisted me with these evaluations.
It'll take time.
And yes, it took a lot of time. We just, you know, I didn't take this lightly, you know, because I'm affecting people's decisions that affect people's lives with their salaries. You know.
And
Took me
that's
a long
what
time to do it.
I mean, so far as the recommendations for raises, I didn't even look at who getting recommended, who not getting recommended, or nothing like that. When I look at the evaluation, I just say we need to put more details into this.
Okay, I'll do that.
Is it just Paul or, because I think I did a fairly good job.
Yes, I overlooked yours. I didn't see yours, but I did look at the other ones, and you know, I think the supervisors know that, hey, they can take a look at them and address some of these things. If you got superior, make a little comment saying what that individual is doing. You know, it does look well put together.
Does that, when these are finished, you want me to email that to you as soon as I
Email it to
can?
the board.
Everybody.
Email it to the
Yes,
board.
but Monday, Tuesday, I know the meeting's next Wednesday, so,
Yeah, let's try to have it done by then if you can.
well, yeah, I'll try, it'll be done for Tuesday.
That's it. Motion to adjourn by Mr. Diaz, second by Mr. Palmville. All in favor? Any opposed?
We will go ahead and get started with the engineering grant committee meeting. All members are present. First item is update from the grant coordinator.
Hello, good afternoon. Currently, I'm working on applying for the Louisiana trash receptacle grant, which will help provide trash receptacles for Gilbert to Patty Park. Moreover, I'm also working on a number of other grants for Gilbert to Patty Park. This includes the Land Water Conservation Fund, Game Time Equipment Grant, and Recreational Trails Grant. I've contacted the directors for these different grants, and they've all mentioned how they'll be able to work with me and help me in the application process, and help me get these funding sources for these grants. And those are all the grants that I've been working on so far. So
You heard anything on water sector?
no, not yet. No, sir.
Capital outlay?
Capital outlay, I have heard something on Lee Drive, how we should be able to start the advertisement for it.
And you have a meeting coming up Monday for economic development?
Yes, sir.
Select.
Yes, sir, with Slack. We're gonna have some of the local businesses come and meet and just see different ways we can help them.
Where is that? What time?
It's from 1 to 3 at the police jury building.
Mr. James, they got back with you? Lee Drive?
Yes, sir.
When?
I think it was a couple days ago.
Should be sending out emails and letting us know that.
Yes, sir.
Don't
Yes,
hold
sir.
it to yourself. I mean, so you ready to go out for bed?
Yes,
Did you
sir.
let Mr. Savoy know?
Not yet. Yes, sir.
And 2 days ago, you got this? Come on, man. You need to do a better job.
Yes, sir. I'll improve on that.
Mr. Lede, you said 1 to 3 where, here or at the center?
Over here. Yes, sir.
Did you send an email out to everyone on that? The time and
Yes, sir. I will.
you've got a list of businesses that are already lined up to come.
Yes,
that you
sir.
know of. Also, get to know that young lady very well too, Miss Erosion.
Yes, sir. The lady was here earlier.
Yeah, Jeff, you very more familiar with it. She did hand something out. Okay.
Yeah.
Make sure you get a copy of that.
Yes, sir. I'll make sure to get a copy.
Is it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Update on drainage master plan and flood mitigation by GIS engineer, and I don't think he's here. We'll table that. Request a letter of no objection for Unifiber to install fiber optic cable underground on First Street. Huh?
Joseph's gonna have to comment.
Joe, you want to comment on number 3? The engineer.
Yes, this is Unity Fiber is installing fiber optic cables in areas around the parish. Right now, they kind of concentrated in the Napoleonville area. I don't see any objection. We didn't get any objections or anything from the village nor, and I don't see a problem with this. It all appears that they're boring it and they have some pole boxes being put in place. But it's to upgrade their existing system.
Good. Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Jeff, second by Michael, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? What about the next one, Joseph, on
Same-
Congress Street?
Same comments.
thing? Motion by Michael, second by Jamie, all in favor? Opposed? Request for final approval for a mobile home park located at 453 Highway 663 in Bar Lewis.
Yes, so there's a packet on each of you, in front of each of you. The preliminary approval was done June 2016. The guy had a family hardship. That's the reason why it's taken so long. There are photographs in it that Ann provided as far as the lighting, the power hookups, the sewer.
I went and looked at it. He's got it.
Yes, sir. He went out in the field.
Yeah.
So, and there again, this is the final approval.
You good with it, Mr. Copeland?
Yeah.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Ron, second by Leroy, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Request approval for grants coordinator to apply for the receptacle trash grant through the Keep Louisiana Beautiful for Katy Park.
Move.
Second.
Motion by Jeff, second by Ron, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Request an update on Lee Drive project.
Yes, we received a letter from administration concerning from Mr. James Lee. Basically, he had no comments coming back on the plans after his review. However, he did have some adjustments or recommendations regarding legal language in the specifications. My office is in the process of implementing those recommendations, and we will submit them back to administration, and at that point, we'll be requesting permission to advertise.
Next meeting.
Joseph, just as a note, I know you read the letter, but the additional funding that's in that priority 5, I think it is.
Yes.
Remember, we cannot utilize that money in any initial contracts that we're doing right now.
Correct. We're gonna have to itemize that out. We'll take care of that in the bid proposal.
Just making sure. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's down on the next agenda. Please put that on there.
So Joe,
to Advertise for bid.
Mr. Sawa, you get the language together, you submit it to Mr. Lede and he follows it back, right?
Yes, sir.
That's the process. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Deliver it in hand. In
Yes,
hand.
sir.
And keep a copy.
Yes.
Yes, man.
All right, request an update on natural gas pump on Oak Lane.
Natural gas. Propane.
I don't have any current updates right now on that particular thing. We'll have to get with the gas company.
When was the last time you spoke to them?
It's been probably about a month.
All right, so this is gonna be on every agenda, so we need an update.
Yes, sir.
All right, update on the ring levies in Upper Fairport.
As you all know, as far as the ring levy that we have out currently being permitted, we are waiting on a response back from DNR. I have sent them emails as well as made phone calls to find out what is the cost of the mitigation that they're requesting so that I can make a proper recommendation to you all as a jury. With regards to the remainder of the ring levies, we are in the process of those plans. I had spoken to Mr. Pondville earlier in this meeting. I am proposing to have a preliminary set for his review sometime at the end of next week.
Refresh my memory, that's all on state property, private property.
State.
All
It's all-
state right away.
It's all within the state right away. So we're trying to make the argument that, and it is a valid argument in our opinion, that all of that land that they're considering for mitigation has already been previously mitigated by the Department of Transportation. So they view it differently because they're saying it's now new damage to regrowth and so forth, but we're making that, they've sent us the letter. We've sent it back requesting, wanting to know what is the cost that they're proposing, because if it's minimal, it may be worth just to move forward. But without knowing a number, I can't give you a proper recommendation.
I think once the state gave us the right of way to go, we should have built the levee. We have several ring levies throughout the parish that has no permits from DNR, so.
Okay, motion to adjourn by Michael, second by Jamie, all in favor? Opposed?
So now we'll start the regular meeting. Let the record reflect that all members are present with the exception of Mr. Myron McDermott. I'll start with a prayer led by myself, followed by the pledge from Mr. Alcon. God who teaches us by sending Mr. Carter. God who teaches us by sending the light of his Holy Spirit into our hearts. Grant that by the light of that spirit, right judgment may be ours, and that we may forever find joy in his guidance.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next, we have approval of the minutes of November the 22nd, 2022, that was previously provided to you.
Were they provided? I could not find them in my email.
We need to table that. They're not ready.
Really? Next, public comments. Public comment. Ms. Cole? Yes, sir. Anybody, public comments? Yes.
Come on up. Item number 13. Is that meant, I know it's gonna be discussed.
Relative to anything on the agenda, state your,
one of
type yourself at 3 minutes.
One
State your
of
name and address for the record, please.
You need my name and what else?
Address. Address.
121 Elm Hall Avenue, DePoyville. The number 13, is that meant to be permanent? Or are we just talking this year? I know it's gonna be discussed.
Just talking this year.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Anyone, anything else? Public comments? Public comments going once, twice. Time, let the record reflect there isn't any more public comments. Finance Committee report was chaired by myself at 4:50. Went over the following: request approval to pay bills submitted through December the 2nd, 2022. We request approval of the 2023 boat launch lease renewal with Terry Blanchard at Lower Texas. We request approval of the 2023 boat launch lease renewal with Ricky Landry. That's actually the parking lot. Request approval of the 2023 polling place contract renewals. It's still indicated there's no changes. Request approval of the 2023 jail physician contract renewal with Dr. Keith Landry. Same amount, Ms. Kim? Yes. Request approval of the cooperative agreement renewal between Assumption Parish Police Jury and the Fush Parish Sheriff's Office to house female pretrial detainees. And we request approval to accept the estimate to replace the floor in the assessor's office bathroom. It was indicated that we take the assessment, and after the repairs or drainage repairs are done, we can commence with doing the floor.
To accept as written.
Motion by Mr. Conville, second by Mr. Diaz. All in favor? Any nays? Motion carries. Next, we have Economic Development Committee, chaired by Mr. Blanchard.
Economic Development Committee met at 5:05 today. We've heard from Ms. Michelle Eroche, the Region 3 Director, for the introduction of rural revitalization. She was very informative and gave us some ideas on possible grant funding that she'll be working with us in the future to apply for. I present this to you in the form of a motion.
Motion by Mr. Blanchard, second by Mr. Diaz. All in favor? Any nays? Motion carries. Next, we have the Insurance Committee meeting, chaired by Mr. Alcoa.
Yeah, the insurance committee met this afternoon. Quorum was met. 2 items on the agenda. First one, we received explanation of the contractor's requirement of workers' compensation based on state statute by Simmons and Savoy. No action was taken. Item number 2, we discussed the workers' compensation program, and we also accepted and approved a proposal from Simmons and Savoy with LWCC Workman's Comp Company in the amount of $145,907. I'll give you this, give you all this in the form of a motion.
Motion by Mr. Alcoa, second by Mr. Nakane. All in favor? Any nays? Carries. Next, we had the Personnel Committee meeting, chaired by Mr. Carter.
Personnel Committee met, all members present. Item number 1 and number 2 went together, discussed a permanent planning position and request approval to name an intern flood planning manager until the position is filled. I will speak with Ms. Ann and Ms. Carol on to see if they feel comfortable doing that until we fill the position, hopefully next week at the next meeting, which is next Wednesday. We'll be doing some interviewing either Monday or Tuesday. Should be Monday at 6 if we can get the candidates available. Number 3, request approval to carry over leave due to.
Chris, do you want to go ahead and authorize Ann and Carol right now, in case they are?
Yes.
I think we did.
Yeah, we did.
Well, you just said you were just gonna talk to them.
Yeah, I'm just make sure that they're okay with it. But they did. Request approval to carry over leave due to an on-the-job injury. Jury approved 245 max leave being carried over. 240, I'm sorry, 240. Next item, we request approval for the OSEP director and the police jury, Jeff Knockin, to attend the Louisiana Emergency Management Winter Education Workshop, January 9th through the 11th, 2023 at LaBerge in Lake Charles. Total cost $881.02. That was approved. Item number 5 was tabled. Item number 6, discuss employee evaluations. There's some department staff that need to do some improvements on. I'm gonna send it to us next week and we'll review them, and we have them ready for us by next meeting. I present to you in form of motion.
Question. Mr. Carter, I know you say you're gonna speak with Ms. Ann now. If they are okay, can we still go ahead and authorize? If they are okay, we'll have that already put in place. Didn't hear, sorry about it. That's wrong.
I'm with you.
Motion by Mr. Carter,
Second.
Second by Mr. Como, all in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carries. Next, we have engineering grants committee meeting chaired by Mr. Como.
Engineering Grant Committee met this afternoon, all members are present. We approved the letter of no objection for Unit Fiber to install fiber optic cable underground on First Street and also on Congress Street. We approved the mobile home park located at 453 Highway 663 in Bar Lewis. We approved the grants coordinator to apply for the receptacle trash grant through Keep Louisiana Beautiful for DePatie Park. We was given an update on Lee Drive, an update on gas pumps on Oak Lane, and an update on the levees in Upper Care Park, and that's all in the form of a motion.
Motion by Mr. Como,
Second.
second by Mr. Blanchard, all in favor? Aye. Any nays? Motion carries. Next, we have request approval for the president to sign the low-income energy assistance program, Lucky. Again, it's a great period of 10/1/2022 from September the 30th, 2024, in the amount of $176,778. Motion by Mr. Como, Mr. Knocking, second by Mr. Diaz, all in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carries. Next, we have request approval to reappoint Jill Johnson and Janet Landry to the Library Board of Controls for a 5-year term.
So move.
Motion by Mr. Alcone,
Second.
second by Mr. Fonzie, all in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carries. Next, we have request approval of an occupational license for Metrogen Motors and Outboard Repair LLC, Pure Park. Motion by Mr. Duncan, second by Mr. Blanchard, all in favor? Any nays? Motion carries. Next, we have discussed proclamation by Governor declaring December the 23rd and 30th as legal state holidays. Mr. Alcone.
Yeah, gentlemen, I put this on the agenda. I had an opportunity to go and pass by the parish barn one day early last week. Just to kind of, I want to say, I guess, pump the guys up about the upcoming Christmas party that we're planning for them on Friday. It was asked in the meeting, I'm on the spot, and they asked me, well, hey, the governor just came on the news and declared these 2 days. I said, well, sir, I'm one of 9. I said, but I will bring it back to the full jury and the full jury can make a decision. So that's exactly how it happened. And I'm bringing it to you guys, which I kept my word, what I told the guys in the back.
I just saw it on the motor vehicle license bureau, it just got closed the Monday, the day after. Yeah, I mean, I heard the governor did that, but they got a sign saying they just only closed the 26th.
So are you making a motion or you just?
No, I'm just bringing it to the jury just for discussion.
I think our employees work real hard and they put in a lot of dedication. Really and truly, the holidays falling on Sunday, so really they're not getting any extra days off for the holidays. I would make a motion that we give them the 23rd and 30th off.
They're not off on the Monday.
We just approved another holiday a couple meetings ago. The way I feel about our employees know what the policy manual states, it's very clear what our holidays are. I just can't see how we can keep giving additional holidays and deviating from our policy.
Kim, are they off the Monday following the Sunday that Christmas falls on?
Yeah, we are off the Monday.
So off on the Monday, okay.
This
That's
is one
for
of
the
the years
Christmas- that's for the
that
day
Christmas
off.
Eve
Yeah.
falls on a Saturday, so
Eve.
you lose the Christmas Eve holiday because it's on a Saturday.
Yeah.
And you work with a skeleton crew that week anyway, 22.
And again, it was asked, and I told them I'd bring it to the full jury, and that's what I did. My only thing, when you look at the 23rd, you look at the 30th, how much really gonna be going on in the office? How much work really gonna be getting done?
Mr. Carter, I second your motion.
I understand, Ryan, but the problem that I have is we've heard from Mr. Calabro that we have to receive something if we give someone something. I don't see how we've given an additional holiday to an employee without getting anything in return.
I think we voted on the holiday schedule on January of this year, and we need to follow it.
You want to go for a vote? I mean, I second your motion.
I'll make a counter motion that we remain with the
Very good.
holiday schedule as published and approve the beginning of
Second that
2022.
Put it to the vote.
All right, go to a vote. So we're gonna go with the
Counter
counter motion
motion
first.
first.
Counter motion first. There's motion by Mr. Blanchard, second by Mr. Palmville. All in favor?
All right.
Raise your hand, please. 1, 2, 3, 4.
So
Okay,
nays,
okay. And
Ms. Urban and Ron,
no, just Mr. Blanchard.
nays.
The names.
Yeah.
No.
No, it wasn't Mr. Irving hand, was it?
What we voted for?
No, you got the ayes, you got 4 ayes.
Let's do this again.
Yeah, again.
I'm looking for nays. Chris, Irvin, Ron,
Yeah, okay.
and you didn't vote?
In favor. In favor,
Okay,
of, yeah.
that's nays. Okay.
Wait, are we saying that right?
You in favor?
No.
Say it again.
It's
The
not.
vote is on the counter motion.
Yeah. All right.
No,
So
no,
keep
no,
it the way it is now.
Counter
Keep it the
motion
way it
is
is.
not to give them the time.
Right,
Yeah, right.
Right.
So those in favor,
The counter.
Of not
motion.
giving it, of not
Right.
giving it.
I know.
That's 4. I'm not in that favor.
It's
I'm not in
not.
favor.
We know that.
You know, I have it as a
All
nay.
right, all right.
It's tied.
It's
Tied.
not.
It's locked.
It's not.
So we do, just move on?
So now you got the original motion. Original motion.
All right, so we got on that. Now the original motion. That is to give them those the 23rd and the 30th of December. That's holidays. Can I get a motion? Motion was by Mr. Carter.
Both ayes.
Second was by
We did
Mr.
that.
Myself.
All
All
in
all in
favor?
favor?
All in favor of giving them the day off,
Yeah.
right?
1, 2, 3, 4.
It's not.
Okay.
I forget.
Give me your vote.
We can put it on the next agenda when Mr. Mathern will be here, hopefully, and
Okay.
we can have a full 9 and we can have a majority. That would still give time to plan for it.
We can do that.
Yeah, I think that's what we do. Okay, no action taken on that. Thank you for bringing it forward and sharing the information.
Well, normally, y'all would get Christmas Eve off, right?
What about on the week?
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing it forward, Mr. Alcorn. Next, request approval to start engineering process for installation of light at 3742 Highway 308. Mr. Knockin,
Yeah, 3742 Highway 308 and several more between 3754 and 3853 Highway 308.
that's not listed here.
I know that is. But I'll put it on the next agenda. No, I'm not gonna tack on a few.
Yeah, but
You
that's
got
a-
plenty of money.
That's a long range. So you can.
Well,
Where's
probably,
that for?
well, that's if for St. Thomas Bridge on 1010, all them new houses coming up, they paid 10 mills, got a lot of money in that account. You know, so I like to have that one light I got listed and about 6 lights in between them 2 addresses. That's my motion, between 3853 Highway 308, 3754 Highway 308.
Motion by Mr. Knockin, second by Mr. Palmville. All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carries.
I'll get to that exact address. I get 911.
Approved to request Belrose Postmaster to consider mailbox delivery in northbound lane of Louisiana Highway 1 and Clarksville. Mr. Blanchard.
Right, so I'm just asking that we requested the postmaster consider the delivery currently from Clarksville to Highway 70 on LA1, mails only delivered on one side of the road. And I've had multiple requests from the residents that live on the Bayou side to have the mailboxes serviced on the Bayou side as well. From Clarksville to the parish line on LA1 is serviced on both sides. Why the postmaster chose not to service both sides once they pass Clarksville, I don't know. So I'm just asking them to consider doing it. Some of these elderly residents that live there, they just can't safely cross the road and check their mail. So they just asking to get the mail on their same side.
You want to just make sure I got it right, from LA 70 to Clarksville Lane?
Yes, on LA1.
On
between
LA1 from
LA 70
yeah.
and Clarksville.
Very good. Motion by Mr. Blanchard, second by Mr. Palmville. All in favor? Any nays? Motion carries. I've got one deviation, and that is from the federal programs, as mentioned earlier. It's basically Ms. Bernard is asking approved to extend the HBG Carpenter Greg Carter contract until December 31st, 2022 to complete a project. The contract is originally contract expired on September 30th, 2022. The explanation for it is PG has a balance of approximately $5,600 that we can expend before December the 31st. We will attempt to assist a client with a rep. Thanks for your attention in this matter, Ms. Bernard. I'm in favor of using those funds. If you don't use them, you have to turn them
We
back.
have to send it back.
Motion to approve.
Motion by-
Motion to
Yeah, motion to deviate.
I have a second item before we motion to deviate. At the last meeting, we discussed having the public bid law limits introduced into the personnel policy manual. And it was not added to the agenda. And
We didn't get any thresholds. Did you got something?
well, actually, what I'd like to request is the policy manual updated with the changes that we already have so that we know what we have to change. The policy that, the manual that I have doesn't reflect the changes that we made.
Okay, I just need to, I'm just gonna email you one. We have it. But no reflection to what you want to change.
No, this flow chart, well, we have to deviate to discuss.
Okay.
Wait till next week.
Mr. LeBlanc, do we need that now or?
We can wait.
Okay, very good. So motion for deviation by Mr. Palmville, second by Mr. Diaz. And it is again, basically for her to expend the $5,600 for a round.
Motion approved.
Motion by Mr. Knox, second by Mr. Alcohol. All in favor?
Public comment.
Oh,
Public comment.
Public comment. Public comment on this matter. Only once, only twice, only 3 times. Let the record reflect that there isn't any public comment. All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carries.
Motion adjourned.
Motion by Mr.
Second.
Diaz, second by Mr. Carter. All in favor? Any nays? Meeting is adjourned. Hey, Mr. Lawrence, I saw you in the back,